Hello, everyone. Welcome to Minecolonies. I have no idea what the audio levels are at, so apologies if this is really loud or really quiet. I got a new microphone, because we've been having all those issues with the other one. And this one has a volume thing built into it, so I can lower the volume or increase the volume just by turning that. And I don't know what the good volume is, so we're just gonna have to play it by ear, really. It would be really nice if maybe some Minecraft music could play, but I honestly don't know. I feel like it rarely plays, so. But I mean, I do also have it turned down quite a bit, it's down to master is 30, music is 30, you know. I mean, going by the clicks, right? It seemed pretty decent.
I'll take care of it.
That seems about as loud as my microphone does to me. Everybody can let me know in the comments, am I too quiet? Am I too loud? And of course, we can adjust as we go. So, but yeah, I have no idea what the volume sounds like. I mean, I can hear what I hear over the headphones, right? The way that I always can. But that's never really been a good indication of how loud anything is. So people will just have to tell me if it's too loud or not. I wish I could do a stream. But one, people rarely ever come out for my streams to begin with, so even if I did a stream, there's no guarantee that I would get people telling me, if it sounded right or not. So, this is Barracks Tower level 2, which is good. I think that's what he's working on over here. Barracks Tower level 2. And Beckett is the one that's working here. What would be better would be for me to tell Beckett over here to come work over here, because if I do that, then what I can do is I can take his gear, I can give him the new gear. Oh, he dropped off his shield in the process, I guess. Sword. Iron sword. So yeah, it looks like he took off all of his stuff and then dropped it into the inventory there. So if I give those to him, then he'll put those on. And that'll at least put him equivalent with the majority of my, people. So that'll help. Because he'll be able to be a knight and, wield all of the stuff. So yeah, hopefully that helps. Hopefully he actually grabs the stuff that he needs, because he's not currently doing that. So I still have this corner of this structure that I need to grab. The problem is I built the barracks specifically because I figured that it would expand outward, and it did not. So I might have to go about building a guardhouse, like right here on the edge. If I do, I'm thinking I might do another water-based, since, the stuff already comes out here. I might add another, water-based like this one was. Like this. Because I really need to get this freaking structure to be available. And it's not doing that. So I think if I build another guard tower, we'll have to build it in, I think this chunk should be fine. I want to just put it right at the edge of the chunk. I think that'll make things a little easier. And then we'll just bring it up like about that. And then we can put some dirt around it. In fact, let me just fill this in here. Again, hopefully the audio levels are okay. Obviously, I don't exactly have a good way of finding out when, I'm not streaming to people. But since, the few people that usually do come out when I stream are definitely not available at this time of day, I don't really think that there is a point in doing that. I will say, not that I think anybody will really care, but I did play through Genshin's latest Archon quest with Snezhnaya, which I have absolutely no freaking clue how to spell. When I have to type it out, I just call it the cryo place. Because, again, I have no freaking clue how to even begin to spell that. But I did play through it. I actually just finished playing through it. And that's partly why I'm recording, because holy crap, I can't freaking sleep right now, because I just finished playing through all of that. And, I mean, you know, if you haven't played through it on your own, you know, you may not be aware of just how massive some of the lore reveals were in, you know, the latest Snezhnaya chapter here. In the latest chapter here, you know. But needless to say, you know, if you're not a Genshin player, you know, it's maybe not a big deal to you. As a storyteller myself, I do have a thing for Genshin's writing because, as I've always said, it's a shame that Genshin is attached to, you know, the game that it's attached to, because the story writing is freaking phenomenal. The gameplay is some of the worst, but it's fine. You know, we can't all be amazing writers. I mean, look at me. Haha. I will say that once again, Genshin strikes and makes me very much want to write. Because I don't want to say I could do it better. Because I'm, you know, a crap writer. But, you know, I could write a story that is similar. You know? Like, I would be capable of writing a story that is similar in, like, where Genshin appears to be going. I will say appears to be going, because obviously we don't know for a fact. But after this latest chapter, I do feel like it is pretty clear, you know, what they're, like, aiming for with the story at this point. I don't actually know where they place the cobblestone. So, hopefully this is fine. Like, hopefully they won't, you know, dig and, you know, flood their freaking, the freaking place here. I guess we'll find out when I build. So, I do think that before that gets built, I think this is going to get built first. Because I think the person that would work on that is the one that's working on this. Also, I think there was literally just Minecraft music, and I totally missed it.
Yeah, nah, I can't work like that.
Sir?
Where's the courier?
Iron sword. It was in your freaking thing already. It was there. Ay, ay, ay. Is there anybody working in this tower? Davis. Seriously though, he was waiting on he was waiting on his sword. You know, the one that I had already given him. So yeah. Sometimes the mine colonists are not the smartest. To be fair. But it's alright. I love them anyway. And there's a number of reasons why that could be. Like, there are mods that, like, modify things that Minecolonies uses for their AI. And so it, like, breaks the Minecolonies AI. I don't know if I have any of those mods installed. I just know that they do exist. Speaking of things that exist, I need to go over to the mine. And the reason why I'm coming here is so that I can recall Jefferson. Because the last time I started this, and I had not done that, they died. So, I wanted to make sure that this time our miner didn't have a chance of dying. I am working on upgrading all of the couriers to level 3, as you can see. I don't know what any of them are waiting on. I don't know if any of the if they're waiting on builders and the builders just aren't free, or, you know, if there's some other aspect that they're waiting on. I haven't a clue. You know, like, the builders could be waiting on freaking materials for all I know. Zine kind of mentioned it at one point, like, in the MC Eternal series, like, one of the issues that Minecolonies has is that when you get a big enough colony, things end up actually running slower than if you just like hand them all of the stuff yourself. Because, yeah, you get all of this automation, but all of this automation is actually slower than if I just sat down and made all of the items and shoved them into the warehouse. Like, I could make all of the stuff, shove it all into the warehouse, they would distribute it, and we'd be done. You know? But because I'm not doing that, what we end up having happen is you get the sawmill here who has to make the stuff, but before the sawmill can make it, it has to go to the forester, and they have to, you know, chop down the logs and things like that. And so, like, then, you know, these guys have to, like, you know, do that part of, like, chopping down the logs. Whereas if I were to just, you know, make everything myself, you know, there wouldn't be as much issue. So, that said, I am starting to see that there would definitely be some use to downloading a fast leaf decay mod. And it is something I may want to consider doing. You know, so that there isn't a bunch of just floating leaves like this. You know, before I had made the statement like, you know, you don't really need a fast leaf decay mod when, you know, when you cut down trees, it automatically breaks the leaves. But that's not the case when the foresters are the ones cutting them down. And that on its own ends up being an issue, you know? Hey, there's freaking vines that grew everywhere on this one. I did turn vine growth back on, as much as I hate it. Like, as much as I detest vine growth, I did turn it back on. Because, you know, people who've been watching since the beginning may remember that I turned it off, you know, real early on in the series. Because I absolutely detest vines. But, like, you know, I have no idea. But, you know, is apparently as far as that thought process went. So, There. That's where that is smack dab in the middle of it all. But yeah, I don't know. I legitimately, I don't know. I don't know what I was trying to say there. Like, I honestly don't know where I was going with the, you know, thing. Or, but, you know, or whatever it was I said. Like, I don't even remember what the thought was that I had, like, gone down that road on initially. So, at this point, it really doesn't matter. So. I do wish that I knew what needed to be grabbed. Apparently all of the resources are here. So, all right. Apparently he's good on that. Like, he apparently has all of the resources he needs. So, I'm trying to remember who it is that's building the town hall. Is it you, Jeremiah? Yes. You appear to have all of the things. It's just freaking massive, so it's taking you forever to do, I guess. Like, they appear to have all the resources. I don't know. Let me come over here. See what Sherry needs. A few things, actually. A chest, some stripped birchwood, item frames. Empty maps. That's interesting. Bricks. Which bricks should be getting done at the stonemason. Right? You can at least make the brick things. So there's that. But maybe she's not on that yet. Also, we have a composter dude up here. And honestly, Trey, I get you. But I don't really care about your problem. Here's what we're going to do. We're going to fix Trey's problem. Sort of. What we're going to do is we're going to come over here. All the freaking way over here. And we're going to get a set of chainmail armor. I believe 7 is enough. Oh, but I need iron nuggies. Oh, and now I'm out of iron ingots. Oh dear. I mean, I can deal with that. It's just freaking... I might actually need to consider getting waystones for, like, the other sides of my colony. Because the colony is, like, a few hundred blocks wide at this point. So it might not be a bad idea to think about the very real possibility of like breaking up the colony into like, you know, pieces. By, you know, waste zones. Let's do this. I'm pretty sure that this one bucket of lava will be able to handle all of what I put in there. I think, anyway. I feel like it should be able to, anyway. If not, like, if I put too much in there, it's not a big deal. So... Also, guess what we still don't have any of? If you said undead essence, you're right. See? No undead essence. I'm getting so upset at this freaking stupid undead essence just not existing. Okay. Chainmail. Let's make a suit of chainmail. Oops. Guess I needed 2 more chains than I had. Eh? I didn't need 2 more chains. Whatever. Let's take a bow. And let's try to remember what the name of that dude was. I think it was Trey. Or something to that extent. If I don't remember the name, I can always look up the composter. I can always just keep an eye for the composter. In fact, it's probably just going to be the easier way to do it, is just look for composter. Hey, it was Trey. So we're going to hire Trey. And we're going to say, here's a set of chainmail and a bow. So when Trey gets over here, I'm just going to freaking drag him over here. And now he's all equipped. And so now we have a knight and an archer. And so that's good. That will free up 1 villager slot. Or citizen slot. Or colonist slot. Or whatever you want to call it. And from there, what I will have to do is, hey, look at that. As everything like shows up. That's so cool. I do wish that like the maps would just automatically update. Instead of, you know, me needing to run the map over there to update it. But it is what it is. I will say it wouldn't technically hurt to have like a second sawmill, I guess. Because, like, you know, a second person doing the sawmill would allow. Hey! Cool. Abel is building right there. Why do you take so long to put down cobblestone, though? Like, come on now. Like, I'm gonna freaking build this faster than you are. Like, faster than he can put down cobblestone. Abel's like, thanks for helping. I feel like that wasn't helping. That was just doing your job for you, but sure. No fitting items in inventory? Are these not birch planks? They're not birch planks. What the frick are they? Are they like slabs? I don't know if it's oak. Yeah, it's or not oak, but I didn't know if it was log or if it was wood, you know? So I didn't know which one I needed to actually have. Stairs. Apparently those are stairs. I would not have guessed this. I may seriously want to consider making a Meteor East and a Meteor West waystone. Let's see. I need the warp stone to start. So let's get 2 of those. And then it's going to use my freaking warp stone to craft that because reasons. But yeah, for now I'll just let him keep working. I'm sure he'll be able to build, you know, the last of that pretty simply. Maybe. Meteor Waste. Do we need anything? Sherry needs a chest again. I think she needed 3 chests. So I'm just going to make 3 for now. Put them all in there. I do already see an issue, which is that I'm going to have to do some organizing of the waypoints, probably. Meteor East. Now, here's the thing. I don't actually know how to do that. It used to be that it was just like you pushed the up and down buttons, but I guess now you have to kind of drag it. Which I guess is fine for the most part. So we've now got Meteor West, Meteor, and Meteor East. Interesting. Sort manual. Yeah, no, I think I'm fine with that for now. Do you need some help with the cobblestone, friend? You probably want to get out of there. I think he sneezed. Oop, and I'm out of cobblestone. I think maybe he got stuck. Okay, I think that's all the cobblestone. And then we need some birch slabs. And it looks like I need some ladders so that I can climb up here. This is all stairs. Is this not slabs? No, those are 2 stairs. I see this. Got it.
Can I help you?
You're still using stone tools, even though you're level 3. Level 3 is diamond tools. Ain't it? So, like, I should give him a set of diamond tools to use. Sir?
Can I help you?
Where the frick were you even going? I might have broken his AI by helping him. I'll go reset him. Let's recall him so that it resets. Because it's sworn I had a full set of leather from that one guy, but oh well. Do I have any stone tools in here to get rid of? Sort of. I have a stone sword. That's about it. I might have broken his AI just a little bit. He'll be fine. I think. I'm gonna head back to Mezior East and find out. See if he's doing the work. Yeah, he's doing the work. He do be building. Pulling him away and setting him back seems to have fixed him. Not entirely sure what he's placing. Is it done? It looks done. He hasn't claimed it as if it's done. So I feel like there must be something that still needs doing. I just haven't a clue what it is. Cool. If you kind of finagle it, it'll go up. So that's cool. Let's put the end portal a little higher up. Ow. Hey, look, a torch. Hey! We finally claimed this spot. I can finally take the dining hall and say, dining hall. Though I don't remember if it was alt cook or regular. It was definitely regular. Yes, because regular is huge. I'm pretty sure I marked this out correctly, but I'm just going to double check. Cool. Yep. It is marked out correctly. Ooh. That is a problem. I didn't consider the path when I put the barracks down. So there's no path to the guard tower at all. which is fine at the moment because we don't have we don't have the the guard tower. Like, this guard tower isn't actually active right now. But it could be an issue. That said, I do see that this side seems to be relatively open throughout. So maybe I will consider this as the path. But yeah, I definitely did not realize that I had left no path. And I'll figure out the actual logistics of that later. The important thing is that we build this dining hall over here. And then that will give all of these people a much closer spot to eat at. Have construction tape at the tops of the trees due to the way that it handles all of that. Like, due to the way that it handles the construction tape. Oh, this could be an issue. This is actually several blocks inward. I will say, the colonists have absolutely no clue how to handle Ars Nouveau trees. And it's really funny. Like, it's actually really quite funny to watch. That's not better at all. I have no idea what made me start chopping that so fast. There's definitely something about the way that the tree chop mod handles certain things. Like, that block, for example, didn't shrink at all. And something about the fact that it didn't shrink made chopping go fast. At least that seems to be the case. Okay. We've knocked all of those out. I'll figure out the tree situation later. It's not that big of a deal if this section doesn't have trees right now. Yeah, I don't really have a good spot for a path over here at all. I might actually have no choice but to just extend this. You know? Like, I might just, like, have to cut across here. Because what I might have to do is actually create a path through this. You know, have it come off, like, here, and then just, like, go across. So I might just have to, like, yeet us all of that. And kind of, you know, work around it. I'm just trying to think of what the best option here would be. Bridging mod. Also, there'll probably be a couple of days ago when I actually post this. But my D&D podcast has returned. It's under a new name because I decided I wanted to just use the setting as the podcast name. But our first session of the new campaign did happen and aired. I don't know if anybody watching this has had any interest in that, but if you do have an interest in D&D, so technically the campaign is made for Tales of the Valiant, which is Kobold Press version of D&D. But we're playing it in D&D because several of the players just have not been enjoying how Tales of the Valiant is. As a system, Tales of the Valiant is considerably better than 5th edition. the problem is that a couple of our players are not particularly interested in like complex like classes and stuff like that. That they prefer the simpler 5th edition classes, which is unfortunate because Tales of the Valiant's classes are like so much better in like balance and stuff. But there's only so much I can do about that, you know? People will play what they want to play. So so basically what I'm saying is like we're playing 5th edition because some of the players really just don't want to do Tales of the Valiant. Just because it's more complex, you know? And, you know, that's perfectly fine, you know. I'm not gonna be like upset or anything over that part. You know, I do wish that we were using Tales of the Valiant just because it is better in like balance and stuff. But I also would prefer that we do like Pathfinder or something like that, for similar reasons. You know, the problem is everybody complains about how they hate 5th edition because of its balance. And the fact that, like, when you play 5th edition, it's just like you're just way too strong, basically. Like the player character is the player character is just too strong in 5th edition. One of our players, I think, said it. I don't know that I want to say the best, but the way they put it kind of helped me to put it into like perspective. They said 5th edition just feels like Marvel superheroes. You know, it feels like Marvel superheroes D&D because you're just so freaking powerful and everything. And like, yeah, that is very true. Like, you are stupid powerful in 5th edition. And it's kind of ridiculous, if you ask me. But, unfortunately, as far as things go, you know, it's 5th edition or bust, more or less, with this group. You know, I don't really have a lot of we don't really have a lot of options. Which is not a bad thing. I want to clarify. Like, I'm not saying like, you know, oh, you know, it sucks or whatever. Like, I'm more just saying like, you know, yes, I would rather we play Tales of the Valiant, but I'm okay with playing 5th edition. Or, yeah, 5th edition. I'm okay with playing 5th edition. You know, even if I would prefer Tales of the Valiant, just because it's better balanced and all. But again, if it were up to me, we would probably be playing like Pathfinder or something for that same reason. This is why it's not up to me. So, okay, so now that gives me room to expand in that direction. We need 3 empty maps, you say. I have none. And honestly, I don't really feel like making them. So we're going to go and move my village up here. And then we're going to go to our cartographer, who sells them for 7 emeralds. And first, we're going to, we're going to get out some sugarcane and make a bunch of paper, like so. And do some trades. And a few more trades. And partially one of the reasons why I'm doing this is because I know that I don't have a lot of emeralds at current. So grabbing some extra would be better than using up everything that I have. You know? So. But it should be fine. There's our 3 empty maps. Here's our shady wizard. Which, speaking of, guess I don't have enough mage bloom in their system yet. Interesting. I don't know how many of these I can do. I can do all of them, technically. Meat, carrot, pie. I guess now I can add melon, but neither of these guys have pumpkin. I don't have a good way of, like, guaranteeing that that'll pop up. What about some rotten flesh trades? Cool. I had exactly enough. Or rather, I took out exactly enough. How about, since we're here, we do some flint trades. You don't do flint trades. You don't do flint trades. You don't do flint trades. I think it's just the Fletcher. I think it's just the Fletchers that do more flint. And of course, we can't forget our lovely pufferfish and tropical fish trades. Actually, tropical fish, we haven't really been getting a lot. How about them raw cod and raw salmon trades? Cool. I think we're doing swell then. Very good, very good, very good. I'm trying to think if there's anything more that I could use in the way of like villagers. But I really don't think so, other than like more Fletchers, you know. And even then, like, if I don't come over here to do trades, there's really no point. So I've kind of done everything there is to do with the villagers, you know. Got pretty much every enchantment I could ever need. You know, had I known that I would be one villager over, I probably would have just stored them on that side instead. Because I could have easily just figured out a place to put one extra villager, you know, without too much difficulty. But I kind of assumed I had way more people than I did. So and most of these I feel like I don't even need anymore, right? Because it's like Silk Touch, you know? I guess, like, you know, you can never have enough efficiency. Like, I could buy another efficiency for, like, my hoe and my shovel. Emeralds. 212 emeralds, you say. Like, I could do a couple more efficiencies. I have feather falling. I have aqua affinity. Well, sort of. I think I didn't need the others. Fortune 3 on an axe wouldn't be bad. So axe can get fortune 3. Shovel can get efficiency. Oh, and there goes the anvil. I suppose I could get silk touch on this shovel. Anvil. I wasn't sure if the anvil was going to break or not, since we had the durability thing. I wasn't sure if that counted in that or not, you know. It does not, though. But yeah, like a silk touch shovel wouldn't necessarily be a bad idea. So like going and getting silk touch for that. Maybe fortune 3 on the hoe wouldn't be bad. Of course, you know, I just put all that away. It's fine. So another silk touch and another fortune 3. And that should be all we need. I think that's what we were after. Fortune 3 on the hoe. Silk touch on the shovel. I think I want to actually... I was going to say, I think I might want to actually hold on to that instead, but nah. It's fine. But yeah, I don't know. I don't know what to do about the villagers now, because I don't really think that we're really in any need. You know? I don't know that we're really in any need of, like, more villager trades at this point. Also, I keep forgetting I have these lava buckets. Parchment. I think that's enough. And then it's the deny scroll. Because 5, right? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5? Yeah. And then what we do is... that. And yeah, I mean, that's going to happen each time, unfortunately. Not much I can do about that. And what that should do, if I'm understanding correctly, is it should make it so that I can no longer lose my build tool. Yeah! That's awesome. He will no longer take my build tool. Carolyn is working at the barracks tower and wants a bow. I don't want her to work there. Rather, I don't want her to be an archer because I don't have a knight to work with her. So what I'm going to do instead is I'm going to make her the knight. And then the next person that comes in there can have the bow. Whoops. Let me head over to Mezior East.
I'm waiting for something. Without this, I can't work.
Carolyn is like, I need a bow to do my job. Hello? Whoops. She was heading to her job. So I want to manage. I want to hire you as a knight instead. And now, because you are a knight instead, and yes, I know you think you have a long way to go to work, but you don't. Now that you're a knight instead, I can just equip her with stuff and she's good to go. So there's that. So then the next person who comes in and works there can become an archer. But that's going to require me to actually get a level 3 barracks, which, you know, we're not at yet. So, let's head to the west. And let's check in on our university, because I think all of our research has been done. We can get diligent now. We can also get night owl. I can get faint and avoid. What about tech? Geez, 16 racks. Enhanced gates, taking diving lessons. Kelp, seagrass, sea pickle. Kelp. Seagrass. Sea pickle. I don't have that. I don't even know where those come from. Ooh. Need 64 wooden gates, 2 ancient tomes, and 5 blocks of iron. Bamboo. Cocoa. What was the other thing? Vines. It was vines. Here's concrete mixer. Need a level 3 bakery for endstone and chorus bread. Clipboard and 16 books. Eh! Where, huh? Where did it put my build tool? $16 books, you say? I don't know where my... I don't know what it just did with my build tool. I'll figure that out in a moment. A new child was born. Another 6 books for diligent. I forgot to lower haste. What do I have in the way of golden carrots? I have 24. I needed 25. Odd number to require, by the way, but that's what it is.
Okay. Oh, hey. Good to see you.
I wish the dining hall had more variety. What the frick does that mean? There's like 8 things on the menu. What do you mean you want more variety? Oh, my build tool. Huh. That's interesting. So if I try to throw it in here, it doesn't work. Huh. Let's turn off the magnet. Do you just like yeet it? You do. That's annoying, actually. The whole point of the no items thing, like the whole point of this was so that, like, he wouldn't take it, you know? But actually that doesn't work. In that case, what? I forgot about that. I'm going to put my build tool here so that there's always a guaranteed spot for it. And that should work more or less. That seems like it should work, you know, pretty well. So Alright. Well, I mean, there's that. I mean, at least the freaking Starbuncle didn't pick it up and discard it. I kind of figured I would walk in there and it wouldn't exist anymore. So we need sea pickles. Where in the world would you even find that? Let's go on to freaking Minecraft wiki. Gotta find a coral reef. Or in desert village houses. Well, I guess we know what we're doing today. Not explorers, but nature's compass. Coral. Guess it's just warm ocean. I suppose I could have just warped over to the desert village. I'm assuming that that's pretty near where we're headed. This is definitely a cold ocean. Well, actually, it's an icy ocean. This is a cold ocean. This is a deep cold ocean. This is a regular cold ocean. Regular ocean. And warm ocean? Nope. Lukewarm ocean. This is probably the actual warm ocean. Yes, it is. I see the coral. Now, I think you normally need Silk Touch for the coral. Like if I actually wanted to do something with the coral. But we're not here for that. We're just here for the sea pickles. And those seem, ooh, to be super simple to get. Look at this. There's so many sea pickles. Excuse me. Oh, that's an ocean creeper. I was like, that's a heck of a puffer fish. Like, it's like still coming at me. That was an ocean creeper, apparently. So that's interesting. I'm just going to get like a stack. Just so that I'm sure that we have what we need. Once again, ocean creeper. Oh, actually, I've got plenty of saturation still, so. Alright. I mean, there's plenty of coral here. If we ever wanted it. I don't know that we will ever need coral for anything. So it probably doesn't really matter. This is a chaparral. Whatever that is. It has crimson roots. Which I still think is hilarious that they added red bushes. Ooh. This is all coral, but it's all dead? That's interesting. Huh. I wonder why that is. Like, there's just dead coral. It's like created two little islands over here. Let's go ahead and make us a waystone. All right. Slightly more of a pain than I expected it to be, but it's fine. Coral Ocean. And also, since it's night, let's take a quick sleep. I know that the colonists didn't get to sleep, but I don't care. One day won't hurt them. Oh, I did figure out the plantation, by the way. And, like, why it wasn't, like, doing the thing. I did figure out why the plantation field wasn't working. As it turns out, you need a level 3 whatever plantation in order for it to work. So okay, strip birchwood. Do I just not have a spot for strip? Oh yeah, because it's all logs and then regular wood. But I don't actually have a spot for stripped wood. That would explain it. Hour and a half? Okay. Yeah, I haven't slept today. If I can be completely honest. I actually just got up and decided to do this because I couldn't get to sleep. So, essentially, when I start getting tired here, more tired, there is the chance I might consider stopping so that I can go to sleep, you know? I know I've got a spot for arrows. Yeah. That was just pre bookworm system, if I recall correctly. I'm still debating if I want to put some Smite 5 on here. I don't know, like, will it let me? Like, will it just override sharpness? No. Okay, so yeah, I'd have to get all of the other books again. That's why I haven't done it yet. That makes sense. I do have a bee nest that has some bee in it. I might be yawning, but I'm not actually tired yet. As ridiculous as that sounds. Like, I haven't actually reached a point where I'm feeling tired enough to go to sleep yet. So, that's why I'm still going. You know, despite yawning and all. Oh, these are redstone dispensers, droppers, pistons. Like, all of that should be over here by the redstone stuff. Observers. I don't think I have any regular pistons. I think I just have the multi-piston. I will say, gosh dang it. I keep freaking nearly destroying my Switch. I will say, I'm used to this microphone coming a lot closer. I feel like it's not coming as close as it used to. But I don't know. Again, people have to tell me how the audio is. You know, if it's too loud, I can always adjust. Next time, obviously. Not, you know, this time, obviously, because, you know, we've already been doing this for a while. I'm just kind of hoping that it's at like a decent volume at the moment. So do we need anything? No colony set. Oh. Whoops. I gave them my clipboard that I used. Abel needs a campfire. I can do that for you, Mr. Abel. No? Alright. It feels dark in here, but I hit F7 and it says everything's lit up. We're getting somewhere. This thing is so freaking massive. Like, it's taking so long to put down all of the blocks. And this is after I helped out. You know? Like, it's kind of ridiculous. Cobblestone with birch. Since they need a lot of this, I'm going to go ahead and just make them a ton of it. I mean, they did already have some extra, it looks like. But here's some extra of the extra. Now I'm trying to remember. Crusher can get cobblestone out of tough. So there's that. I kind of wish they could get it out of deep slate as well, but this piece is only available after Gilded Hammer has been unlocked. Ah, I see. So once they have Gilded Hammer and Knowledge of the Depths, then they can go from 2 tough to just 1 tough to make cobblestone. Oh. Oh, the deep slate goes into tough. Oh, that's interesting. Okay. Well, I mean, that's nice, actually. The cobblestone can be turned into tough. Like that should be useful, at least. So, oh, you know, every courier has this, right? So 1, 2, 3. So I'm gonna need 12 empty maps altogether. I guess 9 empty maps because we've already gotten 3 of them. So let's just get a handful more paper. And we'll get out some emeralds. Cool. That was how many empty maps I needed. Might as well go ahead and get a little extra emerald stock after all. And then we'll just throw the empty maps into there. And then we'll need some item frames. We've got 5. 6, 7, 8, 9. Item frames. They already had 4, actually. So that should help for now. What do we need? Oh, a bunch of wheat with birch. And the main things they need are just, I'm just going to make the freaking wheat. It's fine. Like, it's not a big deal. Freaking, I can just make the wheat extra block. And then that's how much I will make. And that should be plenty. Cool. So that takes care of that. You Give me 132 of that. Hey! 100% full over here. Wow, we actually starting to fill up our source jars. 18% full over here from the tomatoes. We got nothing over here.
La, 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 la.
Like none of these crops have gotten enough yet. Oh, I didn't even think about this. Like, I don't have any source jars here in these farms. Let's grab one more agronomic. And then we'll grab 3 source jars. Did I not actually make the 3rd agronomic? I thought I clicked it, but I guess I didn't. It's fine. It was more just a surprise is all. And then I guess I need the Dominion wand. And I guess I'll send this to here. That's gonna be too far, isn't it? For that one. To reach that relay. That one might be as well. Nope, that one was fine. I'm just wondering if I need to put a source relay in between here. I think I can just make a regular source relay. I don't need a splitter for this. Because what I'll do is I'll put it here. I'll grab from this, send to that, and then from here to that. And then that will send onward. That should do it. Oh, this is why he needed the wheat. I see. It was the dining hall. I totally forgot about that. And of course, this is all gravel. That makes sense. I don't know why Minecolonies loves building with their gravel. It's kind of super annoying. Oh. But they do. At least I can go ahead and just fill it in. Because I know that it's not gonna, you know, be an issue. The colonists may have no idea that they can put the gravel down without issue, but I do, so I'm gonna just do it. Just making sure there wasn't gravel underneath or something, you know? Look at all that wheat that they need. No wonder they asked for freaking 130 something. Look at that. Like that clearly needs a lot. So I also really need to build some of these. Like I need the smeltery, I need the Fletcher, I need the brickyard, I need both of these. I need the crusher. I need to build some of these structures, but I think everybody is currently busy. Like, I think every builder I have is building at the moment. I sure wish this guy could freaking hurry up. Freaking town hall dude. I need 64 wooden gates. To which they're going to need 320 oak logs. I'm going to go ahead and say that many. I'm just going to go ahead and take these straight to the mechanic. That way they don't have to worry about it at all. The couriers, I mean. The couriers won't have to worry about it. Actually, they just dropped off some stuff. So, oh wow, they actually really did. They legitimately did. They dropped off enough oak log on their own. Well, they didn't drop off all of it. Get to work, Xander. You've got your logs. So get thee to work. I guess he's not gonna work. Alright, whatever. You do you. That one block, I don't need that. Are they still delivering oak logs to him? Maybe that's why he's not working, because he doesn't realize that he has everything. It's fine. I need to consider housing. I have a housing dilemma, which is that I need to consider like where people are going to work when I upgrade to tier 3 housing. Which I was going to say brings up a question. Pierogies. Are we still having an issue with the cheddar cheese? Are we not doing anything with the cheddar cheese? Is large milk bottles still broken? It seems like large milk bottles are broken right now, which is a problem because they won't make cheddar cheese because they refuse to get large milk bottles. And, you know, there's the cowhand that I hired. And they just refuse to get bottles for some reason. Like that, they just refuse to do bottles. And I don't know why. They do appear to not be doing the slaughtering anymore. Which is good. However, I gave them bottles, and they don't seem to be interested in actually doing anything with those. Like, I literally just gave her all of those bottles. You know? Milking attempts, 20. Like, she has all these bottles, but she's not milking. And, like, if it wasn't for the fact that there's this stupid cooldown, I wouldn't have a problem sitting here and just being like, all right, you know, I'll freaking collect them, right? But freaking look at this. Like, look at how slow it takes. It's like, I want to say like 10, maybe 20 seconds. It looks like it's 10 seconds. There's literally 10 seconds in between each. And she just refuses to do it. And I don't know why. Let's make it 100 milking attempts a day. Maybe it's just that because daytime is extended so much. Yeah, now she's doing it. After I said to 100 attempts per day. That's ridiculous right there. I don't care who you are. That's ridiculous right there. Also, I forgot. We have an enchanter's tower now. Not that it's running, because we need ancient tomes. And ancient tomes don't exist right now. So, you know, there's that. But yeah, ancient tomes don't currently exist because I have the raids off. And believe it or not, as annoying as it is, you can only get the ancient tomes specifically from winning the raids. It's super annoying. So, needless to say, I have not had any, I've not gotten any ancient tomes. In fact, it pained me to watch in MCE every time Sparkles threw out an ancient tome. Because he was like, I don't know what this is. I guess I don't need it. And I'm just like, oh my gosh. Like, you do not realize your folly. In fairness, it's not like they were, actually doing the Minecolonies stuff. Like, Zine was doing the Minecolonies stuff, but like, they were just kind of doing it to do it. They weren't doing it, as for the sake of Minecolonies. And so, like, there's a lot of stuff that you just don't need to do in that case. And one of those is you don't have to worry about ancient tomes. So, there's that. If you're just doing Minecolonies for the experience and not to, actually complete, Minecolonies and, do Minecolonies as if it's like a major part of the pack and stuff, right? Like, you don't need to bother with the ancient tomes and all that. So, but still, I felt a bit of pain every time I watched Sparkles just throw out an ancient tome as if it was useless. Because I was like, but you need those for research and for freaking the Enchanter's Tower, which I don't think they ever even built anyway. If they did, Zine built it. And, like, at a certain point, the Minecolonies stuff really just became, like, Zine does Minecolonies stuff off camera. Which is fine, like, I'm not gonna harbor any ill will. It's more just like a lot of packs don't really include Minecolonies as a necessity. Like, they'll have Minecolonies in the pack, but when it's like when you actually like go to work on Minecolonies stuff, it's just like, just do it. Nothing's ever really locked behind Minecolonies. You know? You're never, like, needing to do it unless you're, like, going for 100% completion of the pack. And, like, that's what I want to change, you know? I want to build a pack that is like, hey, do mine colonies. But I can also understand why packs don't usually gate anything behind mine colonies. And part of that is, simply put, that, like, getting your colonists to make things that you need, like, regularly, is a pain. And so, like, what you really want to do in terms of, like, gating is you want to, like, make something that the player only has to do once with the colonists. And then, like, that's it, you know? Boom, it's done. You know, that's your mine colonies. The problem is, well, if you do that, like, that's it. That's really all there is, you know? Like, people are just going to do the mine colony stuff for that, like, one thing. You know? And so it's like, okay, how do you encourage the mine colonies, you know, in a pack? Like, if I want the player to sit down and do mine colonies, like, how do I encourage that? And it, like, is sort of a problem that I've been, like, trying to work my way through and figure out, you know, what the solution is. I haven't found it yet. But I can definitely be like, I can definitely say, like, yes, if somebody added mine colonies to a pack and it feels like it was just kind of there as, like, a thing for you to do, like, a little bit of, and then that was it, like, that really kind of is the problem. You know? It's really hard to, like, gate stuff behind mine colonies without it just becoming an actual chore, you know? Because I was building a pack at one point that had create in it, and I was like, oh, I'll just gate some of create behind mine colonies, you know? Like, I'll have it be like, you know, the engineer. You know, you've got to use the engineer. The problem came when I realized, like, if I gate it behind the engineer, like, if I gate create behind the engineer, then, like, what am I going to have the engineer making? You know? And the problem came when I realized that, because, like, I wouldn't want to gate the andesite alloys behind mine colonies. Because, again, getting your colonists to actually make the things is kind of a pain. You know, you have to use the post box, the way that I showed, like going in and being like, okay, you know, hand me this many. And then you've got to wait for them to sit there and make all of the things. And then, of course, once that's done, the courier has to come and grab it. You know? And it's just like, it becomes a pain very, very quickly. Now, on one hand, some might say that's fine because they don't mind like grindy stuff. But I don't like grindy stuff. And like, you know, my goal with making the pack is that I'm going to want to play the pack. Like, I'm making it for my own benefit just as much as I'm making it, you know, for other people. So, like, yeah, I want to play my pack. So, like, I'm not going to put stuff in it that I don't find fun. And so, like, if I'm working on it and I go, this would not be fun, then, like, that's just immediately out, you know? Like, that option is just immediately out. And, like, I've realized this as a thing in, like, game development, too. Like, as I've been working on making the game that I'm making. Like, I have a lot of views about, like, what is fun and what isn't. And so, like, as I'm making my game, I'm going, well, I wouldn't want to include anything in my game that isn't fun. You know, like, if I don't think it's fun, then why would somebody else? Regardless of whether I know that somebody else is going to think it is fun, because, like, oh, challenge or whatever. Like, if I don't think it's fun, then no, you know? Because, like, I'm going to want to play my game at some point. Also, not just at some point, but, like, I'm going to want to play my game, like, as I make it, because I've got to, like, play test it, right? So, like, if I don't think it's fun, then I'm not going to want to play test it, you know? So it's like, what do I do? You know? Oh my gosh. I forgot. I got a notification on my phone just now, and I was looking at it. And, so my local Walmart has decided to stop carrying IBC soda, just as a whole, which really sucks. Because I like IBC cream soda Like, I legitimately think it is, like, the best soda. Aside from a couple of other options that just aren't available down here in North Carolina. Like, there's some, like, Michigan sodas. Because that's where I used to live. Like, there's some Michigan sodas that are just so good. But you can't get them in North Carolina. Which is why I live now. And so, like, you know, I was buying the IBC cream soda because it was available. Well, my local Walmart has apparently decided that they're not gonna carry it anymore. However, not all Walmarts have decided this, because if you go to walmart.com, you can still buy it. It's really annoying. So I was like, well, alright, you know, if that's what I gotta do to drink my freaking soda, then I'll do that. Well, I was buying the soda anytime I ran out. And the last time I ordered the soda, I realized they have an automatic billing system. You know, you can just have them automatically, you know, bill you every whatever, you know, whatever time frame you want. And they'll bill you and then they'll ship it. So I'm like, well, you know, I drink a lot of the IBC root beer, IBC cream soda, right? So I'm thinking, like, what would be the best time to set up the shipment, you know? And so I thought, well, with how much I drink of the IBC soda, the IBC cream soda, I'll set up an automatic thing to ship it once every 2 weeks. That seems about right. Well, all this month, I have, like, just barely been getting, like, close to, like, finishing my stock at the end of that 2-week period. The problem with that is that means that I've had a little left over each time. Except that little left over then compounds to a little bit more left over and a little bit more left over. And it has now reached the point as of this week where I can officially say that if I had set up a 3-week billing, I probably would have gotten through all of my soda before I needed to order more. Like, before the billing, you know, period. And so, like, I was thinking, like, just the other day, like, before that 2-week period, before the 2-week period is up, I should consider canceling the order. Well, literally today was apparently the 2-week period. Because I got a notification on my phone that was like, we've ordered your soda. I was just like, oh, whoops. Oh, well. So, like, I've got, like, so I buy 8 boxes because 8 boxes gets free shipping. Each box of the soda has 4 bottles in it. You'll have to do the math on that. Because freaking my autistic brain can't do that. Serene, aren't autistic people usually really good at math? Supposedly. Maybe it's ADHD? But whatever it is, I just know that I struggle with math. Which is funny because when I was growing up, my family insisted that I was super good at math. To the point where, like, I believed them, you know? I was like, yeah, I'm super good at math. And to clarify, like, this isn't one of those, like, you know, they were right. And, you know, like, my depression made me, like, think that I was bad and then I became bad. Like, when I think back on the times that I was good at math, it was entirely because I had assistance. Usually with a calculator. And now, I'm not going to sit here and say, like, you know, well, you know, if you need a calculator, either you're bad at math or whatever. Like, I know that, you know, people use calculators and it helps. I mean, that was the whole point of the invention of the quackulator, as I like to call it. However, the fact of the matter is that when it comes to quackulators, I have always needed the use of them. When I was a kid, my family was insistent on not letting us use calculators because, you know, and there is a real thing about that. Like, you know, your brain is a muscle. And, like, if you don't use it enough, you know, you know, things become harder for you. So, like, if you don't do math, you know, if you use a calculator for everything, even the simple stuff, you will eventually forget how to use it for the big stuff, you know? And even beyond that. And, like, that's totally legit. And, like, you know, I'm not going to, you know, sit here and say, like, that's not true or anything, because it is. But my family always had a rule about not, you know, us not using calculators. Because if you use calculator, then, you know, you're gonna not work out your the brain muscle, you know? And that is going to make it more difficult for you to do the math in your head. And so my family came up with this rule of, like, if you wanted to be able to use a calculator, you had to show that you could do the math just fine without a calculator and do it like regularly. Which, like, yeah, that's totally like legit. Like, I get that. I never could. I just always struggled with, doing the arithmetic part. It was so bad that, in an attempt to encourage me to get better at arithmetic, one of my teachers, I was homeschooled, but for a couple of years I did have, like, a school that I went to, even if we still did homeschool, like, course. But her idea was to encourage, quick thinking, quick mathematics, to encourage you to use your brain instead of, relying on calculators and things like that. She gave you a test every day. And by test, I mean it was a worksheet of, like, I want to say maybe 100 math questions at most. I don't even think it was that many. But she gave us these worksheets that had a ton of math questions on them. And the idea was that you should be able to do those math questions and get them completed in a decent length of time. I want to say like half an hour, probably, was the goal. I have I don't want to say fond memories, but I have memories of going in, her giving me those tests, coming back, 20 to 30 minutes later to check and see how we were doing. I was on question 6. Like, I'm not even joking about this. Like, it was that bad. What did I need? Did I need red brick? Orange brick. Okay. Orange brick with oak. Orange brick with birch. orange brick. I guess if I'm going to do orange, I'm going to need some orange dye. It's a good thing we just got some of those flowers. Let me get some orange brick. And we'll grab some birch. And then we'll grab some oak. But yeah, she would encourage us to try and get these, you know, tests done as quick as possible. And here's the thing, it wasn't just that she was giving us these tests and trying to encourage us to get them done as quick as possible. Like, this was a fairly regular occurrence. Antonio wants a shield. And I'm going to bet that since Antonio is at the barracks house, he is probably the archer in barracks east. Mesior East. Or rather, he is a second knight instead of being an archer. Yep. So I want to switch Antonio to being an archer.
Is there a problem?
So here is your, yep, he's got chainmail, he's got a bow now. So he should be good to go. Him and Carolyn can work together now. Also, what the, why is this dark over here? I don't like that. I don't like that there's, like, dark over here. Like, it might not be enough for spawns, because the blue is at 2. And, like, it might have been that, like, anything that, like, was 0 were, like, on these paths or something. But I don't care. I don't like... When I see blue, I just fill it in. You know? When I see blue, I just go, it's too dark, and fix it. Because, frick it. You know? So all of this is open space now, I should note. I might want to shave off a little bit here so that this is separate. Also, I'm seeing how I did this. Like, I made the, this whole thing, like, square. So I probably want to do that over here. With this guard tower. I probably just want to go ahead and make this whole thing nice and squared off. I do think that it does square off, like, once it's the max level. I think it becomes fairly square in design. So I'm going to do this. I'm going to do 2 things here. First off, we're going to place these 3 blocks, just like that. meant for those to be dirt blocks. But then we're going to get some sand. And since this is all sand here, we'll just fill all of this in. In fact, I'm gonna go ahead and extend the sand all the way. And then here where there is no sand, we can fill in with dirt. And then we go in and we just put a little cobblestone around it. And of course, make sure we have our lights in the four corners, so that we're sure that everything is lit up. You know, because I hate my people actually needing to work. I hate it when my, you know, protector crew here actually have to do their job. Something, because freaking I'm always lighting things up so well, you know, that they just never have to work. I'm actually just gonna boop boop. And then go ahead and extend as much of this as possible, really. I didn't realize that, like, this stuff was just hanging like that. And sure, I mean, it is more natural, you know, considering that this is, you know, the world generation. Like, I don't think I did this anyway. So, like, this is how the world generated, so this is technically natural. But it's like IBX Toy Cat said in his latest video. You know, sometimes Minecraft world generation, it doesn't look natural. Sometimes the best way to get natural looking generation is actually to make it yourself. And it's not wrong. There's definitely times where I look at Minecraft generation and I just go like, how did like that happen? That's fine, you know? It's nothing I can't fix. With a little bit of block placements. Like so. Sometimes what you want isn't natural generation. You know? Sometimes the natural generation just doesn't look natural. It might be that it's natural, but sometimes it just doesn't look it. And so you just gotta take matters into your own hands and create your own world generation. Which is totally fine. You know, I don't mind doing a little bit of that. There, that looks better. It's a little too straight over here. I will probably do some modifications. But it looks better. But yeah, this area is still a little too straight for my liking. Something more like that would be better. And we could just be like that. Kind of knock out any funky looking corners. Hope that these dirt blocks I'm breaking end up actually going to source blocks. And now it looks nice. Very good, very good. I like it. Only thing I might consider would be replacing this clay. Yeah. I like that. That's good. I still get my little, you know, guard tower here across the water without much issue. What do we need? Anything? Cowhand's Hut Rosemary wants large bottles. Oh. Alright. Here. Raw mutton. Large bottles. I mean, does that mean that she actually, like, delivered all of those large bottles? Or... See, now I'm confused. Because there's only 28 bottles in there. Right? So if there's only 28 bottles in the warehouse, like, where are the other bottles? There are 96 bottles in here. That would be the answer. So, okay, so she seemed to be, doing it, though. She seems to be doing the freaking bottles now. I wonder if Scarlet here came to, like, get the bottles just now. Or if she was just dumping stuff off. Smelting recipes, raw mutton into cooked mutton. Yeah, see, she can do all the cooking now. What are you doing?
What's it today, then?
Is it just that she's just like converting the raw, like is she just doing an animation while this is happening? Maybe. That might be the case. She might not actually be doing anything. It's just that. Okay. So obviously we don't have anybody to work at this dining hall yet. That will come at some point. I'm gonna need to upgrade this to tier 3. At some point. I think the next person I get, like the next child that we have, because Antonio was the last child, right? Oh no, we have a new Sherry di Revoluri. So we have a new Sherry. I think once she becomes available, I think I will put her to work here. Steak. Baked potato. Cooked chicken. Mutton. And that's all I can do. That's true. It might be that because this guy over here is level 3, he can probably do more recipes. Like, I could probably give him more things to make than he currently has. Also, there very well could be a thing of like, you know, all of these are meat product. Right? So like, maybe I need to do other things. The problem with doing other things is, I don't actually have the ability for them to make a lot of this stuff. Like, I need cooked rice, which comes from rice. Except that I can't plant rice. It says it's only suitable for hot and humid biomes. So I can't plant this here. So I just straight up can't make sushi. Like, this is my issue with, like, the Minecolonies needing, like, all of this extra stuff. You know? Like, butter. Hey, that's also made with large milk bottle. Okay. So wait. Is she able to make butter then? Like, is she also able to make butter on top of cheese? Not this place. That's the bakery. This place. Like, can you make butter? You don't have the recipe for it. So let's teach you how to make butter. So now she can do butter and she can do cheddar cheese. Which means Can anybody even like farm sweet berries? Manchet dough. Crafted by Minecolonies Bakery. So, okay, so she should already know that then? Oh no, the bakery makes that. The manchet dough. This guy over here, he does manchet. Yeah, manchet dough, bread dough, lembiscone, flatbread, muffin dough. I'm just trying to think of like, is there a way to get like sweet berries? Manchet bread is good. I can't plant cabbage, so I can never get kabochas. But manchet bread is good. And I can get butter and durum wheat now. So maybe it wouldn't hurt to put manchet bread on here. This food will keep your citizens satisfied. And then we can also go to this place and say manchet bread. I'll take baked potatoes and bread off the menu. I can't even do the pepper hummus. Supposedly I can't plant tomatoes, but don't I have tomatoes planted? Like, isn't that one of my crops over here? I have garlic. I have durum wheat. Onions, regular wheat. Do I not have tomatoes planted? I have carrots planted. Tomatoes. You can plant this here. Huh? Like, is it because this is a different biome? So, like, I could plant that over there, but I couldn't over here? Because this is like a birch forest instead of a regular forest? Oh no, this is subtropical forest. And so now I can't plant it here. That's not confusing at all. Hot and humid. Would a subtropical forest not be hot and humid? I feel like it should be hot and dry chickpeas. Chickpeas with the bell peppers. Make pepper hummus. Do I have bell peppers? I have some bell peppers. I would have to plant them over this way. I guess it's a good thing that my freaking like area has so many different biomes around it. It feels really annoying though, I'm not gonna lie. Yeah, see now I'm in a temperate biome, so now it's like, oh, now you can plant this here now. And it's just like, really? Freaking, I need a cold biome, but like, I don't have a cold biome. What can cornmeal go into? Polenta? Tortilla? Tortilla, of course, with some garlic and nether pepper and tomato and raw beef in a taco. Have to get kitchen level 4, though, I suppose. Feta cheese is only 2 large milks. And that gets mixed with everything that I have, actually. Oh, but I need level 4 to make eggplant dolma. Also, I don't think I'm growing eggplant. Noodle is made out of durum wheat. And then noodle can go into plain pasta or tomato pasta. And that's butter, garlic, bowl, raw noodle. I mean, the bowl is annoying. But, like, once I give them a handful of bowls, I suppose it wouldn't be too hard. The chef makes the noodles. Okay, so yeah, this is all chef stuff. I thought it was like the chef makes the noodles, but then like the bakery does something else, you know, but it wasn't. Yay, look at that. Look at how we're doing. Look at our colony expanding. Actually, there hasn't really been any change over here now that I think about it. It's all been, like, all the stuff that we've done today has been over here. But yeah, I could add both of the pastas to the recipes. Yay, they're not stuck. Or to the menus, rather. This food will keep your citizens satisfied. But yeah, I've got the stuff that I need for that. So, I don't see any reason why we can't add those to the menus. Now we can come over here to this dining hall. And add them over here. Cool. That'll work. Researchers have made a breakthrough. They now understand Jungle Master and Night Owl. Cool. I don't remember what the third research was that I told them to do. But I know that they've got one more. But it should be finishing up any time, really. Said to Meteor Waste. And actually, I'm going to put Meteor West over here. Meteor Waste. And, you know, I'll have to organize that, of course. Maybe I should make a Meteor Central as well. Because, like, currently the Meteor teleport takes me underground. That's not exactly the most beneficial. You know? I don't remember what they're researching at the moment. But with 9 cakes or 64 cookies. I would need 18 sugar. And then I would need... that's a lot of milk. that is a lot of milk, to be honest. The cake batter is level 4 or higher. So that's not happening. Which sucks because I have the large milk bottles, but I can't use them in this recipe. Have to use buckets of milk. Oh, they need some chicken. There's also a lot of other stuff that they need that I can't help them with. Because they now are asking for the pastas, right? And it's like, well, I can't help with the pasta. Did I teach noodles? That might be the problem. I don't think I actually taught noodles to the chef. Noodle. Pasta. Pasta. And then of course they're gonna need the bowls. So let's do this. I'm just gonna make a lot of bowls. And we'll send them off to the warehouse. And that will hopefully help. And then it's just raw beef and raw pork chop. But do they actually need raw beef and raw pork chop? Like steak, pork chop? You're good on both of those? Wow. Sir? Was that Raquel? I don't think that was Raquel. Nope, that's not Raquel. Who is that? Abel? Okay, first off, Abel, what the frick? What are you doing over here? I mean, yes, this is where he lives, but it's not. Ah, I just had a muscle spasm there. Sorry about that. I'm gonna go check on Abel. I just recalled him, and he didn't recall.
Can I help you?
He over there. I saw him. I don't know where. Ah! He does not exist there. Even though he's like glitching, he does not exist there. Apparently. Let's do a quick reload of the world. I'm sure that will fix him. It might break my freaking miner, but hopefully it fixed Abel. I guess I'll find out if and when I see him again. I'm just gonna come over here and recall Jefferson real quick. Because again, every time I have to like close and open the world, it seems like it breaks. Like the miner breaks. And he ends up going off to freaking La La Land and freaking dying. So I would prefer to avoid that if possible. So I have made it my mission to start recalling every time I start, like, open the world. Hey, Abel? You here, buddy? There he is. Yay! He's not in quantum superposition anymore. Well, there's the title of our episode. Abel achieves quantum superposition. Because good Lord. Oh boy, warped stairs, you say. Fancy dark oak with orange wool. What the frick? Framed shroom light with block of amethyst. Waxed cut copper. Oh my gosh. Look at all this. Framed glass with light blue wool. Boy, oh boy. Cut copper, light blue wool with spruce planks. Yeah, I need a Fletcher before I think about upgrading the balloons. Because they're gonna need a lot of stuff that I don't have any interest in trying to build. I'll be honest, I just don't have any desire to build these things. You know? I don't. So maybe this is a good time to call in the Fletcher. You're not luxury. Carpentry? Fletcher. Okay, yeah, this is clearly the front. Good to know. Actually, it looks like it'll be all right. And I realized just now that I didn't actually speak the rest of that. In my head, I thought I might have to move my beacon. But it looks like it'll be all right. I mean, see, here's the thing. This kind of feels like it's meant to just be a path that you walk through. Meaning this would technically be the, like, this angle would technically be the front. Because, like, if you go down to this level, right? Like, this is path block. It goes through here. Like, it kind of feels like it's just meant to connect there. But we're going to go ahead with the idea that this is the front. Ahem. 52 blockerinos, eh? Also, I just realized that I, like, stopped the whole research thing. I was gonna do the cookies and stuff. Freaking ADHD, man. What can I say? The moment I have even an inkling of another thought, whatever I was thinking of is gone. So, let's call for Tatum. He wasn't doing anything. I saw him walking around freely. Both Tatum and Abel. Normally, I would just leave it to Sherry here, but she's still working. She needs brick. Are these the ones that I supplied, or do we need more? No, she needs more. She needs one more of these. That's annoying. It does look like I have these already. Birch plank? Oh, those are oak plank. Ew. Never mind. I'll be back. What? Somebody just sneezed. And it was one of those, like, adorable sneezes. That's, like, great, but also hilarious. Alright, I'm going to put these in here for now. Brick. Extra. I don't even have any of my own. Birch and oak. I'm just going to grab some extras. I know I already had some in there. I only need to make one of these. And then we'll make a handful of those. And that should be fine for now. So that should supply her with the things she needs. Now let's think about this. We need to make cake, which means we need 3 buckets of milk per cake. I have the other ingredients, and I need to make, what was it, 9 cake? So if I take my 3 buckets, we go to the cowhand, and I do 1, 2, 3. I can then do cake. Then 1, 2, 3. And we can do cake. And of course, the milk bucket, the freaking cake don't stack. 1, 2, 3, 4. Ah! It was this storage system. Cake. It's a good thing I can just milk these cows infinitely. Uh-oh. I'm going to need to steal some wheat from these guys. But it's fine. We can just, you know, do that. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. 7. And 8. And finally... Oh, I see. It thinks I didn't have the sugar, but I did. 9. 9 cake. 9 cake. Listen, it's a classic joke. You know, it's a classic joke. Because, you know, the German no sounds like the letter 9, the number 9. Oh yeah. Sea pickle. Might as well do this as well. Seagrass and kelp. I was like, what was the other thing? Kelp. I don't have crop rotation yet. I need a level 3 plantation for that. Farmers harvest more crops. That wouldn't be a bad one. Hit 128 freaking wheat seeds, though.
Hey, how's the work going?
Here's Festival. And Gorger. Yay! So now my civilians will be happy by 5% more. It's coming along. It's taking time, but it's coming along. Oop. Can't get to the top floor. There's a crafting table. Town hall. We look at the town map. And since they're linked to the maps that we have here, every time I update those, it updates this, which is cool. I like it. There's the Fletcher's hut. Figure some workers I can study so I can work. Oh, Sherry de Reveluri needs work. I see. I wanted her to do something specific. What was I gonna send her off to do? I was gonna have her work. I had already, like, picked her job. Oh yeah, I was gonna have her work in the dining hall. Over here. I guess it depends on where she lives, now that I think about it. Because, I mean, if she's got to walk a long way, she'll complain. I actually don't know where she lives. Because I don't know where this person that has been cycling has, like, lived each time. Like it's got to be one of the level 3 residences, right? That's been cycling. And we know that it takes them a long time to get to work. If I moved the Dr. Gale here. I wish there was a way to look it up. Like where each person lived. But like the doctor lives over the doctor lives over there, but has to walk all the way over here. Sherry Lynn, Xavier, and Chung all live in this house. Joanna and Xander live here. Like, I feel like it's weird that there's no way to just look up where people live. Aaliyah and Constance live here. Maybe there is, and I just don't know how to do it. The only thing I know to do is to sit here and run back and forth between every single house and look at their rosters. Avery and Barnaby. Like, can I look at the map? Like, if I hover over a residence, does it tell me who lives there? No. It just says 2 citizens. Which is wild. Because all of the jobs tell me who works. But none of the residences tell me where they live. Citizens 2. Citizens 2. Like, is there really no way to look up where people live? At Minecolonies. Like, I know there's, like, the resource scroll. So I was wondering if there was a similar type thing. For, like, residential or something. But no. Colony map. I mean, I could try it. I don't know that it would give me any extra info, but I guess it's not like I don't know. Sherry D. Reveluri. Oh, here she is. Okay. She's all the way the frick over here, though. What if we unassign her? And 7 blocks from here. I mean, I think that it's because it's green, it means it's an improvement. So let's move Gale to here for now. And that will move Sherry over to... Was it this one? Yes. Then in that case, now we'll come over here and we'll say, Sherry, who is our enchanter, and hire her in on the dining hall over here. And then she lives closer. I think that's as close as I can get her, too. Unless I, like, put her in here, but the chef and the baker are literally living right next to their jobs here. I guess if I upgraded this one, I could move her into here. What does upgrading this take? 3 blocks of copper. 126 stone. Bread. So that probably means, yeah, there's an item frame. Well, there's 4 item frames. Huh, what are in the other 3 then? Bread. Why is there bread? Why is bread one of your freaking things? Abel should be able to upgrade this one. He's right there, so... Because I don't think I have Abel doing anything right now. So he should be able to do that. Like, that should automatically trigger for him, I think. Also, let's take the rest of the sourceberry pie out. Yep, Abel is working on residence now. Tatum needs a fletching table.
Time for a nap. I'm fine.
Sherry needs 66 large milk bottles. To which our cowhand replies, I need milk bottles. I need large bottles. To which I go,
I love living here.
wait, courier, come back.
Okay.
Take those. She should be able to do something with those, I think. I'm sure. Okay. I'm just going to need everything that is listed here. Ugh. Hopefully she can actually drop those off. light gray panes, light gray stained glass. Fletching table, jack-o'-lantern. I have no torches in my system. Stripped oak wood wall, stripped oak wood stair. I feel like they should be able to make that, though. Badoom? It wasn't my microphone that died. So I'll have to look into that. Stripped oak wood panel. A white bed and stone stairs. Before I give them a bed. They have beds in here. They have 4. And then clean stone. That is a basic thing. Stone stairs. So that's good. So let's throw the stripped oak wood in there. And then what I'm going to do is going to go to the sawmill. Because I should be able to teach them oak wood, stripped oak wood, and birch wood. And that's how you get stuff like the panel and the other things. Spruce wood. Because that might come up at some point. Maybe not in this set of recipes, but at some point. Spruce plank. Stairs, slabs, fences, fence gate, door. Fence. Fence gate. Door. I don't know what recipes he's got. Oak, birch, and spruce. Okay. Maybe a little dark oak button. Does he have pressure plates or did he just have buttons? He has both, okay. So, dark oak, pressure plate as well. Because those seem to be all the ones that I'm using right now. I don't know if there's anything else really. Cut copper. Nope. The mechanic cannot learn cut copper. He can make it, but he can't work with it. Interesting. I'm a little unsure what is available for each of them. The architect's cutter is kind of an issue when it comes to that. There doesn't seem to be a clear definition of like what, you know, of like who can do what. Like you come in here and it just shows like everybody can do everything, right? Just like, I don't know. Excuse me. Like the glass blower can do glass, I suppose. But yeah, like what can they do? You know, there's plus 19, it says. You know, I don't know what constitutes what on that. But you know what would be good for us? Uh-huh. What do I do about that? There are no trial chambers within 10,000 blocks in any direction. What if we go to terracotta and try again? I see. 7,000 blocks this way. What if we go back to Mezior? Now it says it's 9,000 blocks that way. Almost directly to the west. Negative 9,776 by 1664. Good gravy. Negative 9,000. Just freaking, it's all the way out here. I mean, I guess if we want to freaking find one. You know? Whoops, I meant to go to Mezior. Oh, I have... So I'm not good at directions. Apparently Mezior East is in the west and Mezior West is in the east. Oops. That's why I went to Mezior West. So I was like, I gotta go to the west. by 9,000 blocks. But that was not the case. I mean, it was the case, but it wasn't where I had the freaking Meteor mark, like Meteor East, you know? 1664. Okay, so we're getting close to that. I guess we can take a quick stop over here. A brush. A potted torch flower. And that's all there is. There isn't even like a villager or anything here. There's just a structure that has a pot. Oh. Hang on. What's down here? Down? Hey, Sniffrag. Or as Sparkles and Zine called it in Lingango, Sniffridge. And a Heart of the Sea. Okay, these are pre-generated. Like with the structure. There's no way I got that lucky. Yeah, no, those are predetermined to be these items. Another sniffer egg. Gold apple. Just a regular one. Another sniffer egg. Yeah, no, these are predetermined. 100%. These are all predetermined. Eh? It says down, but then it moss block. But then this one actually does something. Nope, that's just all lava. Alright, well, I mean, 3 sniffer eggs, some carpet, moss block, gold apple, nautilus, heart of the sea, brush. I mean, it's not, you know, terrible. I'll go ahead and take those light gray carpets too. Might as well take those. And back to our journey we go. Glide spell, leap. So 1664, which we seem to be too far on. And now to 9,000 we go. I guess. Keep an eye on the map to see if there's anything that we fly over that is of interest. Just because I was so high up, so I couldn't really see below me. Oh look, these trees are still broken. These are absolutely new chunks, so those trees are still broken. Whatever this freaking biome is, it's still broken as frick. I mean, maybe it has something to do with the like maybe it has something to do with the data pack. Because there is a data pack that does something in the Withers fold, in like the, you know, for Withers in the data pack folder. I don't know what it is or what it does. So Arkwood. Chains. Interesting that these are wooden chains. And yet they require a pickaxe. It shows the pickaxe right on it. But they're Arkwood chains. One Nexus Warp Scroll. I don't think I care enough to grab that, actually. Let me renew my flight. I would happily take Sourstone lanterns because they look nice. And even the Arkwood ones are kind of fine as well, I guess. I prefer the Sourstone ones myself. Almost there. 1,000 more blocks to go. Is it 9776? Oh, also I need to start turning because I, at some point, turned too far off. Nine, 776. Wow, I picked up a bunch of crap. There was just some bamboo that was broken for some reason. They probably generated where it couldn't. And then, you know, block update caused it to break. So, yeah, because I don't think... Yeah, you can't place it on red sand. So, that was probably what happened. Because all of that, I think all of these leaves were connected to the bamboo. And so, like, all of the bamboo that generated on the red sand just basically broke and fell. Because it can't do that. Alright. So, 9776 by 1664, you say? Good. It's right freaking here in the middle of all of this. Well, I can't go underwater. I just hope that trial chambers can't spawn with water in them. Like, hopefully the trial chamber will overwrite the water. I was also curious to see if I could come upon it naturally. Instead of having to dig down for it. But it doesn't appear that way. Because it's here somewhere. Like under the moss. I'm not surprised that it broke the block and not just the spore blossom. I guess, is it deeper down? I don't actually know where trial chambers spawned. Like, are they, like, bedrock? Not bedrock, but, like, deep slate layer structures? Can they spawn above that? I do see another spore blossom, so I'm going to grab it. Because these things have been hecka rare so far. Also, I don't actually know that I have that many flowering azaleas. That is really cool, though. Just breaking the block up there and then watching everything just go crumble down. I mean, it says it's over that way. And this seems like a good deep slate level to think about, like, the possibility of digging down into. So why don't we... just go ahead and do a little digging. That looks like the trial chamber over there. Okay, yeah. Vertical chunk 0. That seems way more than 42 blocks, but if that is it... And here's what we'll do. Start digging a large tunnel. That way we can have some light. Well, it does say to go that way. And that does appear to be the general direction of our trial chamber. Oop. More gravel. Whoops. I broke the light. Huh? Like, I'm seeing the trial chamber down here, but it says to go this way. Like, this says it's 5 blocks forward? Huh? I am maybe like below, well, like maybe the trial chamber is like below here. Like it starts below here. I'm very confused. Again, though, I've never actually been to a trial chamber. Oh. Yeah, no, this is... Well, I should say... No, 'cause I have been to a trial chamber in vanilla. I think I did it once. I know, like, nothing about, like, how they spawn. But as I think about it, I do believe I've been to a trial chamber once before in vanilla. Oh, look at that. More has been revealed. Cool. I mean, I know that there's technically an entrance, but I don't have a clue as to where that is in relation to where I currently am. So as much as I would love to find the entrance itself and like enter properly, I don't know that I can do that. Plus it's probably lower down, right? Like, I don't know if this points to the entrance. I don't know how that works. Like, I don't know how these generate. Minecraft Trials Edition. Well, I mean, I wanted to avoid mining into it like that, but I guess that's just how it goes. Let's see. How's about we go about this in a semi-renewable manner? I have no idea what I meant by that. Well, that was easy. Hey! Essence of Undeath! Finally! Like, did it really have to be husks? Like, maybe it doesn't... Like, maybe it drops, like, super rarely from freaking, like, regular skeletons and zombies. I don't know. I mean, this didn't give me a particularly large amount of anything either. Ow. Is this all just magma blocks? I guess so. Huh. I'm just surprised that there's like a middle, but like it doesn't lead to anything. You know? Alright, well, that room's clear. Would it be better to break down? I think it would be better to break down the pots that have sherds. Whereas we can keep the regular pots without too much of an issue. Because the regular pots will stack, right? But the pots with the sherds won't stack. So we break the ones that have the sherds because they can always be reassembled. But at the same time, I could always send everything to the system, so does it really matter in the end? Tis the real question, honestly. Iron ingot. Believe it or not, this is what I came here for. The copper grates. Because I figured it would just be easier to come to a trial chamber. Unfortunately, it's a little difficult to tell what I'm getting from the vaults or the trial spawn, whatever. Hey, another trial key. Cool. I am a little tempted to get one of my ominous bottles. Or whatever they're called. LOL. Who would have guessed that the strays sink in the snow? I don't know what this one dropped. Lots of stuff is in my inventory. But I don't know which of these things was dropped and which of these things was... like, which came from the vault, you know? Or trial spawner, rather. Ah. Frickin' get up there. Bread. Cool. Because that's definitely what I was wanting. Just dang it. First off, I forgot that my harm does fangs. Nope, that was another trial key. Cool, cool. Hey, another Essence of Undeath. We're finally getting Essence of Undeath. Hooray. Only taking freaking half the series. What? Oh, because there's ice there. I see. I was like, why? Like, what is like going on with my like controls? There was ice. Wait. I can't evade mine. You may ask, why did I come all the way to a trial chamber just for the grates? And my answer is simple. Because it's new content. Like, legit. That's it. I just thought it would be fun to come here for this stuff. Oh my gosh. That was a lot of stuff. Enchanted Scroll of Feather Falling, Honey Bottle, Enchanted Voodoo Puppet. Prevents your next death. Tablet of Recall. But no, like, legitimately, the reason I came all the way here for this was purely because of the fact that, I think this is an ominous vault. But I came here purely because it's new content, you know, not new content, but like, you know, something to do other than just the colony stuff, you know? Yep. So that happened. I don't remember. Never mind. I was going to say I don't remember how I got in here. And then as soon as I went to say that, I saw the entrance. Yeah, that's an ominous spawner up there. I don't have any ominous trial keys yet because I didn't use any of the raid potions. Which I will probably do at some point. And this is where we entered from. Okay. Is there more this way? Ah, yes there is. I see it. Another ominous vault up there. Whoops. I did not mean to mine. I meant to light. And then over here. Because I don't have a trap door on me. It's fine. I mean, it's not like there was anything really in here anyway. I don't understand what just happened to that door. Yes, was there like maybe it was just a block of copper there. Oh, wow. Yeah, okay. I didn't even realize that it mined that much. I see now. Yep. That was not my intent. As Gaius likes to say. Such devastation! Give it to me. Give it to me. Give it to me. I'm hoping that they give me Essence of Undeath. Trial key. This probably should have been its own segment. But it's fine. Picture pod. Some other random crap. Alright. Channeling. Really? Cool. I love enchants that I won't use. Ooh. Bad Omen bottle. Lost Scroll of Erdos. Right click to receive the knowledge. Because it has experience stored in it, apparently. Which is neat. That's definitely a spawner up there. It's not that I'm opposed to, like, digging up. I just, you know, want to figure it out properly, I guess. You know? Thought maybe one of them fell down. But nope, this thing is just spawning them real slow. Eh? One more? Bread. All that for freaking bread. All this for a measly loaf of bread? That's Disney's Aladdin. The actual movie, not the crappy thing that they called a live-action remake. Boy, these trial spawners are going slow. Oop. It's okay. Disney doesn't have any clue what people want. I mean, just look at the last freaking thing, the convention or whatever, where they like announced all of the sequels to movies that nobody wants sequels to. Frozen 3, Coco 2. Those are just the ones I've heard. I don't know if there were others. But like, really? Were there really a lot of people clamoring for Coco 2? I know, they've got to do something. The live-action remake plan has backfired on them. Trial key. Yay, that's some fun death. This has been very good. Because we've gotten, oh crap, quite a bit of the essence of undeath. I just threw a bunch of crap in there. Such as my warp index. And not my clipboard. What else did I have there that was Minecolonies related? Ah, yes, my quest log. Not that I've actually been doing it, but that is in fact what it was, so. This is an interesting, like, vertical room. Like, I never would have been able to get up there without just placing blocks and digging up. which feels weird to me. You know? I guess I've kind of always just assumed, like, that the assumption of the devs is like, oh, you know, we know that you will, we know that you can build up, but, you know, we're going to assume that you won't, kind of thing. Hey! Not that, you know, I needed the diamonds, but they were there. A whole 4 diamonds. And then some random freaking seeds. And is this another vertical room? It is. Interesting. I hear mobs outside of the trial chamber. I don't know, maybe I'm weird for that, you know? Thinking that, you know, the devs' preferred method would be that you didn't just mine through their structure and break everything. Boy, oh boy. These, the stray spawners are really slow. I mean, like, I get that, you know, I'm really stupid powerful. And, like, these guys would normally actually be a big issue. Because they apply weakness to you. So, like, I get that, you know, it's slow because of that. Like, these guys would normally be a problem. Like, normally these guys would be difficult to deal with. Oh, I think because I have Sanctified. I think Sanctified 10 is acting akin to Smite. And is giving me, like, extra damage against these guys. I think that's why they're like insta-dying every time. Because it deals holy damage. And I've got freaking level 10, man, you know? I'm curious what this does to the Wither. Oh, and a key. Bane of Arthropods. Everybody's favorite enchantment. It's okay. We got more undead essence. Though it does make me wonder how difficult these spawners would be if I was doing the ominous vaults. Or ominous spawners or whatever. Like, if I were to use Bad Omen, right? So you get like the special vaults. Spider. Eh? Cactus? Oh hey, this is the entrance. We found the entrance. How about that? You know, it's actually a good point to just make a regular. Whoop, once again. Trial chamber. I see. I seem to have had an overflow of greater experience gems. And also my colonists were apparently not working because as soon as I came back, they suddenly had 17 requests. Here, we'll give them a handful of clean stone. They'll solve one issue. The stone mason can probably do stone stairs. I'm going to go ahead and just give them a stack of those, though. A white bed and a light gray glass. Didn't I do all of this, though, earlier? Didn't I supply these exact resources? Boy, they're really not good at sending the bottles back. I'm noticing. Like, at all. They're terrible at returning the freaking... Whoops. Returning the bottles. Well, no point letting it go to waste, I guess. Lava bucket. I don't actually know where my empty buckets are. I do find it kind of surprising that this is like this is like the super fast speed. I feel like it's I'm sure that it's just that I've gotten used to it. Like, so it doesn't seem fast. But it doesn't seem very fast. Is all. Sherry needs fuel, but does she really? The chef needs bowls. But I gave them like 3 stacks of freaking bowls. The chef needs tomatoes. So did we go through all of our tomatoes already? That we like had grown? Because that is surprising. I would have assumed we had more. But I guess not. We don't have any red sand. Terracotta can be crushed. Do I have crush? I do have crush. Okay. Yeah, I don't even use silk mine. So let's do a crush. Followed by pickup. And we just need terracotta, so... Oh. Never mind on the item pickup. I wonder if I can do... Not fangs. Item. Pick up. Pick up. Like, if I do this. Yeah? No, it works. I wasn't sure if I needed to put a delay or not. Cool. Red sand. That's smooth red sandstone. All of our sand is here. I don't think I had a place that I could factor for that. Give me that essence of undeath. Let's put that with the grave dust. Marble. Now let's get some carmine marble. And slab. Stair. Wall. Slab. Stair. Wall. Cool. Okay. So what we want to do this time is let's make a tombstone. We already have Subaraki's grave out of regular. So now we have a tombstone out of the carmine. And since we have even more, let's make some green marble, as much as I hate the color green. And we'll make an original grave out of that. And some blue marble. And we'll make a normal grave out of that. And so then some white marble. And we'll make a cross grave out of that. And I believe that used up all of our essence of undeath. But that's okay. Because now we have, you know, basically one of every color. You know, we don't necessarily need one of every type of grave altogether. But now we have one of every color. And having 5 graves will allow us to do more things. Maybe? What is the keybind for... I don't have the knowledge of death keybind. Okay. What button am I not using? Yeah, control numpad 3. I have no available points. Okay. I see. I need 2 more. I need to get 2 more knowledge of death increases, unfortunately. And the main way to get knowledge of death is to do stuff. Like to do like this stuff. If the magic happen, your item is now enchanted. Use the magic of a blue soul. Soul could be better used. Use 10 grave souls, 50 grave souls. Voodoo puppet. You color a smoke bomb. Dust of vanishing. Kill villagers. Rob graves. There is a chance that we should level 10, your servants have changed the color of sheep. Zombie villager. Reset your perks, learn perks, use scrolls. Stuff like that. I'm hoping that oops. Goal of mercy. Mercy has been cast on you. Nice. You've earned a level. Yay. Additional damage. I don't know if I have to collect all 3 of these. Or how that works. There's a chance of finding special items on undead. Improve stealth speed. Branch tier is not yet unlocked. Like, I don't know if this branch unlocks, like, only off of Resiliomancer. You know, like, these lines go straight down. This line goes straight down. But, like, this line goes to this, but then there's no lines here or here. So I don't fully understand that. Yay, 25% less damage, though. And now I can start getting Gladiator to gain some stuff. Alright. Cool. Freaking bottles. Oxidized copper, and a weathered copper, and exposed copper, and the blocks of copper. Light gray stained glass, light gray carpet. Copper blocks. So that should be in the system now. Iron trap doors. You can make a trapdoor out of only 4 ingots, apparently. Copper? 3 blocks of copper. Oh, these are waxed copper. Got it. And then everybody still wants freaking bottles. Like, I can't help you if you don't return the bottles. Like, the chef just keeps freaking storing the bottles afterwards. Huh. Like, look at this. Like, they're freaking there. It's just that for whatever reason, freaking nobody's picking the bottles up and sending them back through. Listen, these are the last bottles I'm making. You guys really gotta freaking remember. To get your freaking bottles, man. Like, gosh dang. That said, three of the 4 courier huts have been upgraded. So that's awesome. I don't remember what upgrading these does, but I remember that they do something. Like, upgrading them is important in some way. I just don't remember what way. Nope, we've still got all 3 research going on. Alright. We have not yet finished any of the 3 research. Freaking... Huh. These wooden gates are not complete. So that's interesting. Neat. Whoops. I left clicked. I mean, it's starting to look, you know, like it's being done, so. I just wish it didn't take so long. For them to work on the town hall. Like, it's almost enough to make me want to, like I kind of wish that you could, like, have multiple builders working on it. Because it just takes so long for them to freaking build this thing. Understanding Gorger. Cool. And you know what? I think this map needs to be updated too. Yep, there it goes. Oh, and I think it is fully updated now. Yep, okay. Neat. Like, I get it, you know. It's supposed to be like, oh look, you know, you're drawing the map. And so in those cases, it's like you're redrawing the map. But I still wish that it could just update on its own. Like, seriously. I mean, there's not a lot we can do right now. Until people get freaking structures done. You know? Like, I can't get more people to work until we finish upgrading the freaking houses. You know? The town's hall is still being upgraded 3 episodes later. Like, there's really not a lot I can do here until stuff actually gets done. So, this is Mesior West. Oh, and I have no experience. Excuse me, I just need a level.
If you say so.
Here you go. And this one is actually Mesior East. I guess I didn't even need a level. I needed 1 experience. Wow. I have no idea what the freaking experience amounts are set to at all. Because that was apparently that was only 1 experience needed there. And I find that kind of insane. Chung D. Arnold. don't have a composter, right? No. Okay. If we had a composter, I would have been like, hey, freaking go work somewhere else. Stairs. Stone stairs. We've been needing those lately. Yay! More upgrades. Let me just double check real quick. Okay. Slabs, stairs, slab, yeah, okay. Yeah, this requires a brick maker. Okay, that's fine. You have a new message in my chart. I have to check that because that might be an appointment that they were able to set up for me. That's because that's my doctor. They used in my chart. I have an enchanter, right? There's no freaking stupid enchanter actually here. Cool. This zombie must be underground because he's not actually over here. So that's unfortunate. So yeah, I think for now, I'm going to call it here, especially since we've been going for 5 hours. The ridiculous thing is I started at a time that I started like really early in the day, because I couldn't sleep, you know, like I said earlier. And now it is late. Funny how that works, I guess, you know. Well, it's not late, but you know, it's freaking like I thought I would get I'd record maybe like 2 hours and then I'd be tired and go to bed. And it's been 5. So. But yeah. With that said, I hope you've all enjoyed so far. We are getting into some of the late stuff of Minecolonies, so we shall finally start to get into, you know, tier 3 and so on. I really wanted to like try and get it set up so that like we had pretty much all of the automation. when we actually hit tier 3, but that might be harder than I thought it would be. I've never gotten this far into Minecolonies, to be clear, to be honest. I love Minecolonies, but I always end up, like, just being done with the pack. Before I get too far into it. Which is not a critique about Minecolonies, it's more a critique of my ability to stick with the mod pack. I've been enjoying this one though. But yeah, I hope you've enjoyed. If you have, feel free to subscribe. You can check out the playlist if you want to see any episodes, videos, whatever you want to call them, that you might have missed. Normally, I would stream this live over at twitch.tv/SereneInc. So, if you want to see it live, you can come on out and check it out there. Yeah. As always, I cannot do two things at once. So as I find myself placing this block sound, I can no longer outro. But yeah, thanks. That freaked me out. Like, just, that's just a horse, but like, the way that it was like, against the tree there, I thought it was some kind of creepy monster thing that was just like staring at me. Anyway, I'll see you all next time. See you later. So many dirt blocks that I need to place.